Howdy, gang. A starburst in my mouth. So I'm fucking funny. Yeah, of course, fucking crashed. I love this game. I literally just launched it like 4 times till it detected a controller. And it crashes right when I load to the actual game. Well, welcome back to this bullshit. Last time we made minor story progress. This time we're gonna make big story progress and we're gonna do the actual quest. We've got a few things to wrap up on the map still. The Western Approach map, I mean, but that can't take too long. Maybe we'll do an actual story mission. And I got a couple of things to talk about. And we'll see where that takes us. Maybe we'll go to the Emerald Graves or whatever the hell they're called. And it's the last map we haven't been to. The last map in the main game. There is that Frostback Basin or whatever the hell. From an expansion that I know nothing about. I recall something about like a waterfall with some crazy dragon bone fort built all along its face, you know? That's probably that. It does look pretty sick. But I also think that the quest is just a dragon hunt and, you know, dragons fucking suck. Let me finish this starburst and I'll say some things. What we got here? Alright, so first bit of news, Gamescom happened. Obviously there was a lot of indie things announced, but you know, the exciting stuff, we just got a lot more information on things that we knew about, like Dragon Age Veilguard. Like, dude, showing off actual gameplay and stuff this time. And not that they didn't do that before, but you know, there's more of it to look at that interests you. I honestly haven't checked it out yet. Like, I'm a little sold. Still don't know if I'm buying it like day one and streaming it, because I'm obviously going to stream it. And, like, do I play it myself first and see if it's like streamable, or if I just go right for it? I don't know how I want to approach that, but we'll see. Yeah, I still haven't looked at that, and like, yeah, I'm gonna play it regardless, I suppose. I'm already suffering through this. What I was excited to see more of was Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, though, which we also streamed. And boy, that was a big game, and this one's even bigger. Apparently, it is split into 2 maps that are both roughly the size of the first game's map, so literally twice as big. And, I mean, everything just looks like better, smoother. Combat's a bit easier to do, though it's still very similar to what it was. they showed off side quests being played, and like, you know, they're all the very interesting narrative-driven things. Lots of Henry talking to himself and stuff. Like, they don't feel like side quests. They're very good quests. But what's most interesting to me, aside from the fact that you get like crossbows and pre-blunderbuss type guns, is that the maps are like wilderness and then city. Like, you are in a massive city this time. Remember how there were perks to be like, you got stat bonuses when you're in the city? I was like, these is worthless because like the cities are so small. You're almost never in them, especially not fighting anything. Like, you're better off getting the wilderness stuff. Well, now it's different. They're going to spend a lot of time in a city because it's basically one of the entire maps. I think the Varkest is down in the pit, so I'm going to go over here first, actually. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. I was actually playing a little Rise of the Ronin, which I've been meaning to get back to, but like the game starts so you just exploring the countryside, then you look at the map and maybe 10% of it is the countryside and the rest of it is all like dense city Yokohama. I'm like, this is gonna be some really weird exploration that I was not at all expecting. You know, I was thinking there's gonna be like Ghost of Tsushima. But no, it's mostly in a big-ass city. Like, this is gonna make things feel very different. I just haven't actually got there. Like, I got my pass to the city, and that's where I stopped the last time I played. But, it's gonna be a very different vibe, but I'm looking forward to it. The more people Henry can talk to, the better. I do think Henry looks a little weird now, though. He has a different haircut. And it just ain't it same. Also, the game has like a bit more morality to play with. Like before, you were the local hero saving your homeland from the invaders, but this time you're like working with the rebels to, you know, get Sigismund out of the picture, help Wenceslas out, right? So you're like allowed to be a little mean, a little evil to some people, or, you know, do some espionage type stuff. I think that's gonna be interesting. Obviously there was a lot of stuff announced, but I think it was called Alabaster Dawn. I talked about Crosscode for like a long ass time. This is the same developer, and it looks just like Crosscode, but like better. Like it's kind of like real 3D now instead of just all pixels. And there's graphical stuff that makes me think that whatever you're doing might be like a sequel to the in-game game Crossworlds. So I'm very excited for that. Otherwise, it looks like the same exact kind of game. It's just prettier. I don't know. I'm sure there's a lot more they can do with it now, but definitely keep that on your radars because Crosscode was absolutely amazing. Valve put out a new game. is always rare, always applaud worthy. Kinda. They didn't really put it out, but I've been playing it. Called Deadlock. Basically Ice Frog, the guy who made Dota, made a different MOBA. And it's like, I don't even know how to describe this theme. Like, it's a cult, but also kind of steampunky. It's set in New York, but it's like full of demons. Like, every character is a different race because they're, you know, it's New York. They're supposed to be like American. So like, there's a gargoyle girl who's like a Latino. He talks in Spanish sometimes, and like, there's a samurai chick. The hard-boiled detective Abrams is just like a demon for some reason. I don't know what the story of this game is. The soldiers all got candle heads, and I guess you're trying to do some weird ritual. Yeah, it's basically like Dota. You know, you got last hitting and creeps and denies and items to buy. A little Roshan pit thing in the middle. Like, it's got all the Dota DNA, but it's a third-person shooter, so the controls are a bit more like Overwatch, I guess you'd say, or Smite. Every character has a unique gun, which is interesting, in addition to their normal moveset. So, you know, there's some characters that, like, say Pocket, for example, he has a shotgun, but he's otherwise a mage. And I wasn't really sure how to play him at first, but I decided that it's best to just lean into his magic, and like the shotgun's kind of just secondary, and like, you can kind of do that for every character. If you like their gun a lot, you can go for just like basic bullet attacks, buy items that focus on that and not worry too much about their abilities, and you'll do great. Or you can do the opposite. Maybe you don't like their gun very much, you just want to focus on their abilities, and you can totally lean into that. There's actually quite a lot of room for flexibility, because your inventory is split up into like 4 slots for a specific attribute. So there's like survival slots, mystic slots, and bullet slots. And then you have a 4th tab with flex slots that you unlock by completing special objectives. So you end up getting a lot of items, and this can really like change things up. There were games that were like kind of losing, and then literally enemies in our base attacking the main objective, and I get like a special item that just completely flips the game on its head, and then we win. I'm having a really great time with it. And it's still supposed to be like early development, and you look on the Steam page, which is now there, which means that we can talk about it. It's not even like the actual in-game menu. It's like a little 5-second video of the game's boot up, but it's not even the real menu, and I think it's hilarious. But there's like people streaming it, so people know what the actual game is. I don't know why they put up such a lazy page, other than to tell us that it's very early. There's lots of experimental gameplay and placeholder art in it, allegedly, but it looks pretty done. It looks pretty good the way it is, honestly. And there is things that need to be tweaked, like I think the towers, which are guardian enemies, go down way too quick right now. If you abandon your lane for more than like a minute, you're basically fucking lost the lane. It means that people can't really rotate and gank at all. And like, there are jungle creeps that you can't really step out to fight much either. Not until you're in like the mid game, you have a little more wiggle room because everybody lost their first tower already.
Inquisitor.
Apparently you can use the console to like access heroes that are in the game but like aren't actually playable yet. And what's funny is you see all of them use like assets from Half-Life and TF2. So there's one guy called the Gunslinger, and he's literally just the spy from TF2. He's not a playable character, so you know, that's not like a finished guy, but like in the code, he's literally just the spy.
Sarah.
In an earlier build, all the enemies weren't candle heads, they were like Combine from Half-Life. It's weird to be playing a game like this early and being able to talk about it. Like, I have playtested things before, but... You know, there was always an embargo, but now this is, like, still alpha, and it's totally... everybody's playing it. Apparently it peaked, like, 90,000 players already. Another goofy thing they do is on the menu, when you queue up, it's like 12 plus people in queue. Like, I know there's 90,000 people playing this. What do you mean 12 plus? It's like literally lying to you.
I'm not sure I want to know.
I see in the heroes menu there's like a section for loadouts, so I'm assuming there's going to be cosmetic pieces like they have in TF2 and Dota, but those are not yet implemented. And it low-key makes me feel like I'm wasting my time by playing it so much, but it is really fun. I'm just having a great time. Just, I think with the game being so fast, and it's not even that fast, matches last anywhere from 20 to 40 minutes, but like, everything going down so fast, nobody's like communicating too much, or, you know, we're not rotating. Even when you start the match, it puts you on the sky rails, like, in a lane already. So you don't even pick which lane you're going to, and people don't shuffle around to counter pick or anything like that. I think that's something that needs to get worked on. Like, maybe not starting everybody on the rail as soon as the game starts. I think it's not even like it has an algorithm to pick the optimal approaches for each team or anything. It very often will have me playing like a support character and put me solo laning. Now, why the hell would this guy not be paired with someone? Well, I will say with the lack of communication, which there is text chat, people just don't use it, or mics people you have occasionally. There hasn't been any flaming. Even in games where people are like feeding hard, there isn't much flaming. Because the game doesn't really get lost that hard from feeding, I guess. Like, in Dota, you have a bounty on your head, so every time you're on like a kill streak, you'll be worth a lot more money if you go down. And this game doesn't have the bounty. You just you're worth some souls, but it's not the end of the world. In fact, literally the last game I played, the guy I was laning with was like a dumbass. He was playing a long-range character and he kept getting like up close, and he died literally 20 times over the course of the game. That's not like obscenely terrible, but it was pretty bad when 10 of those deaths happened in like the first 10 minutes. Honestly, I die a lot too, you know, like you get to like 15 deaths in a game, but you know, I'm still crushing it, and nobody complains about it. Like, I usually take someone down with me, if not several. I'm playing very aggressive. It's what's been working for me. I find I do best with the ballsy characters that like close range weapons, melee attacks. Which is like a skill, just to have balls in this kind of game, I guess. I see other people playing, like Abrams, for example, he's a tank, and they just like hang back, and like his shotgun has a really wide spread, so they don't hit shit when they're sitting back like that, and they never initiate, and he has like 2 initiation abilities. Like, he's made to initiate, and they just don't. It just doesn't work. And then they say Abrams is trash. And like, no, you're just playing him wrong.
Turn back! This is madness!
The Darkspawn got through. I'll have to see what our people at Skyhold can do.
Alright, apparently I have to close this off too. Another thing, the default builds that the game recommends are like trash. Like, none of the items are bad per se, but they kind of just like very generic, or they like kind of miss the point of the character. They like don't do anything to like emphasize what they're actually good at sometimes. But there is like a whole build section implemented already, so like you can make your own custom ones, or you can download stuff that other people published. That's not a big deal. I think that learning the items and coming up with your own builds is the way to go. And the game really got like a lot better after I got my head around the items, which are like strangely simple. Like, they don't have fancy names. It's just like, this is the bullet booster, the headshot enhancer. Like, it tells you exactly what it does, just in the name. And that kind of made it easier to learn, but I feel like they're going to change it eventually, and that's going to fuck everything up. I guess that's all there is to say about that for now. I've tried doing like one-off streams, me just doing a thing, and I found that I didn't really have much to talk about. And there's also, if you're playing like a MOBA, you have to worry about your connection, like lagging because you're streaming, and then obviously embarrassment if you're fucking up, and like I don't think I really plan on doing much, if any, of that. Maybe I'll show something off like as a literal one-off, but I don't see myself ever becoming like a Fortnite streamer who just plays that all the time. So Deadlock is gonna stay a me thing, but you know, maybe you'll see a little of it one day. Maybe we finish a game early, I'm like, yeah, fuck it, let's queue up a game. So right now, that's unlikely, because it's still in, like, the playtests are overnight. It's like 5 p.m. to 6 a.m., and, like, I'm at work for most of those hours, so I really only get to play it on the weekend. And that's pretty great. So ask your friends about Deadlock and see if they have it, because you can literally just invite any of your friends. So you don't get like passes or anything. You just, anyone who wants to play can be invited by their friend. So anytime I see a friend wishlisted it, I send them an invite. And yeah, just get everybody playing it already. I remember with Dota 2, I was in the beta for that too. It like periodically gave out passes in your Steam inventory for you to give to people. You had a limited number of them. Picked the wrong door. And you know, the funny thing, when my friend invited me, he was like, do you want to play a Valve MOBA shooter? I was like, no. Because I dropped Dota like a bad habit. It was fun for a while, and then, you know, it was making me miserable. Taking up a lot of my time. I wasn't playing enough interesting things other than Dota. And, like, all my friends were not playing with me anymore, and, like, the game kept changing, and I was getting worse and refused to admit it. And now the game is completely different, and I don't even recognize it anymore. And I was like, no, I don't need another one of those. I still play HOTS on and off because it's trash, but, you know, whatever. But no, I'm actually having a great time, because it feels like Risk of Rain 2, but as a MOBA, and that's something that I've wanted for a long time. Speaking of Risk of Rain 2, the next expansion, Survivors of the Storm, got more stuff shown off. It showed off 2 new characters. 2 new characters. The chef looks really cool. He's a returning survivor, but he's like different now. He replaces legs with like a dough roller. And he can like charge up and zip around the map really fast and run people over. It looks awesome. And the Acolyte's kind of a support character, and seems really strange. There hasn't been anyone that was like completely supporty like that. Like, yeah, there's the engineer, but you know, they're just fine on their own. I'm not sure about the Acolyte. Anyways, that's probably enough about that. Let me just say I'm proud of you, Valve. Please keep making things. Tired of you not making things. Half-Life Alyx is pretty good, but I don't have a VR. I don't have a personal VR. I've touched it a little. Allegedly, they're working on 2 Half-Life projects right now. I'm curious if it's like all VR stuff or if one of them is actually Half-Life 3. Or Portal 3 for that matter, because they kind of intersected. And where Half-Life 2 left off, they're like going to Aperture Labs to get the Portal technology, the working Portal technology that didn't fuck up a Black Mesa. So like, Portal 3 could very well be Half-Life 3 in the same game. Like, maybe the Portal gun is just another thing in your tool set. Is it in the fort? No, it's on the wall. Probably up that ladder that didn't lead anywhere, right? Yeah. Okay, up next, I played, Sentry Knight Tactics. I started playing it back in, like, January, and I just stopped like, in the last act. I had 2 hours left and I finished it last night.
Your worship?
I was, like, doing it just, like, brain dead to playing it while I was waiting for DoorDashes to come in before. I feel like it's probably a mobile game, like, it's all done with mouse inputs, and it's like a one-button game, kind of, but... I played it on PC, but... Anyways, it's published by Armor Games, and, you know, it looks and feels like a Flash game. And that's kind of a vibe that I really fuck with sometimes. Because Flash is dead, you know, it brings back a little nostalgia. But it's like a full-length game, like it'll take you 20 hours or so. It just... Despite it looking like a Flash game, it never really goes beyond the expected quality of a Flash game either. Which might be a good or a bad thing. I'm assuming there was like some proto version of this game on Armor Games at some point that I never played. Kind of like Kingdom Rush. Kingdom Rush Frontiers is on Steam and it's great. Bigger and better version of Kingdom Rush. And what, Sunny? They were like the first 3 Sunny games all in Armor Games, and they released Sunny on Steam. That's like the 3 games as one game, all combined with new art and stuff. Anyways, I just... like, kind of low quality, but it's not a bad game at all. It's just like... don't be expecting anything crazy. This isn't... It's like under indie quality, but still very good. It's like a solid waste of time. But like, the story isn't anything crazy at all. And it almost feels like a tower defense. It's kind of like an auto-attacky game. You got a squad of 4, almost like Dragon Age, and they each got abilities. The skill tree is just like a very basic mobile gamey skill tree, an ability, and probably some passives for the ability. And you get another ability later. Each guy gets like 4 abilities, and passives usually relate to abilities, but sometimes there's basic things too. Like increasing your crit rate or something. And you got a couple of gear slots. You get legendary ones, so you upgrade them too. Add additional effects. There's a little character customization, but nothing crazy. And it's all very basic. The game mostly plays itself, but you also have to pay attention, because if you're not constantly healing the right guy, they're gonna die, and then you're completely fucked. In fact, I played the whole game on normal, and it was a pretty rough challenge. Usually when I got to a boss fight, I would have to like step out and grind a bit until I was getting a shit amount of XP from whatever I was fighting, or maybe I'd have to find a specific item to boost an elemental resistance if I was gonna make it through. But when I got to the end of the game, I was already max level, so I couldn't grind anymore, and there was no specific element to resist, so I was pretty fucked. And I tried my damnedest. I got like halfway through the second phase of the final boss after grinding against the previous boss for like an hour. By previous boss, I mean like the literal fight before the last boss. It was like a boss rush thing they were doing. Yeah, basically when you get to the final boss, there's like a 90% chance one of your guys is getting auto-killed as soon as the fight starts, and that's what was really pissing me off. So I'm sure if that wasn't happening, I could have gone through it on normal, but I ended up bumping the difficulty down to easy just to finish the game. And that really upsets me that I didn't get the achievement for beating Act 3 because I bumped it down to easy. But it's fine. I wasn't gonna grind out all the achievements anyways. I had an alright time. Again, it's like a little proto-Dragon Age thing. It was neat. This story, nothing crazy. You start out as the Sentry Knight, and the thing comes under attack and you defend it, and you're like, wow, you're pretty good at that. You should go see the king for reward. You go see the king, and like a demon guy comes and steals his soul, and now you have to go get the king's soul back. And there's portals opening up all over the world, releasing demons. And you just go to the temple, assemble the MacGuffins to make a super sword, and recruit some new guys, and find out what the deal with the demon guy is, too. Again, it was nothing. It's there to move things along while you do the otherwise kind of repetitive gameplay. Like, it's fun while you're leveling, getting new abilities and dealing with new challenges, but once you get to the end of the game, you hit max level, 2 hours short of the game finishing. It's like you just lost a massive chunk of what the game was, and that is character building. It's not like it got easier and I hit God mode or something. It's just still hard, and I wish I could have gotten stronger, but I could not. And you know, like, level caps, I kinda wish they were never there. Obviously, you're gonna run out of things to pick, so they kinda need to be there for some reasons. But, you know, in something like Fallout 3, for example, the gameplay kinda sucks. So it's like not that great when you hit the level cap and you're no longer character building because you just lost a massive chunk of what the game's identity was. However, again, Fallout 3, the combat, like, it sucks at the start of the game, and it becomes serviceable as you get points in your weapon types, so, like, you know, you get to feel a bit good about yourself, and the rest of the game's pretty good too, but, you know, like, you get to feel like you've achieved something and your character is strong now, and you know, it's a good feeling, but you don't have that. You don't get to revel in your newfound godhood in this game. In Sentry Knight Tactics, I mean, not this game. This game, you also never feel good about yourself, and you hit the level cap too early. But the companions, so you have the Sentry Knight, he's always the party leader, and he's like a tank. And you're a marksman, a rogue, and the healer, and two mages, and a shaman. Now basically, they're just two reskins of the same character for each of the companions. The healer's a wizard that heals. That's her auto attack, she just auto heals someone. And then you can replace her with a shaman who summons totems. She's actually unique, but she's your replacement healer. And the archer and marksman are exactly the same, just apply a different debuff. One does bleed and the other does poison. It's like the same thing, it's all one damage type anyways. And the two witches are like exactly the same. One's like a void thing and the other's an elementalist, but the spells are exactly the same. You just pick the ones that you like.
There must be more.
Maybe they apply a different debuff or something, but I wasn't really switching my party around too much. But the game wasn't expensive. I think I got it for like $2 on sale or something, so it was worth it. Though, in hindsight, it feels like something that I would have played for free on Armored Games, considering that that's exactly what it is. But, you know, I don't mind supporting them. Uh... guess that's all there is to say about it. I mean, it's a published Flash game. You can expect like a little more amateurish game design chops.
It's mad.
But it was also probably made on a very low budget. So stuff like endgame balancing being a little off is to be expected. I don't think I've ever actually finished any of the Sunny games because they get pretty hard too. So, you know, my expectation when I buy it on Steam is that, you know, some of that stuff's been worked out. Like, maybe combining the 3 games into one means they can have a smoother leveling curve. I can hope, at least. I am definitely gonna play those eventually. I had an alright time. Give it like a 6 out of 10. Maybe 5. Good, bog, average, right? If the companions were not reskins, then it can have the 6, because like I had a good time, you know, I had a better than average time, but there's some laziness in that. Laziness deserves criticism. In addition to like the shitty balancing and a lot of grinding and the fights being a little too long. You know, you just kind of get things while waves come at you. It's like a tower defense.
We need to seal that tunnel.
Stop the dark spawn. These anyway. I imagine there are a million more still underground.
The tunnel was opened from the outside. Someone was digging here.
Alright. Final thing I had on the list, the planned thing. I do have another thing to talk about, actually. It's more Naruto, of course, but, I played Soulstice, which I got from last month's Humble Monthly. So it was on my wish list. I was gonna play it eventually. I had no idea about the game until it actually released. Like, it kind of came out of nowhere, but I was like, that looks cool. So, yeah, I was gonna play it. It's a character action game, a la Devil May Cry, but it is very Devil May Cry. Like, normally people that can't really nail it, you know, you either end up with like a more Platinum Games feeling combat system or a God of War kind of thing. But no, this one feels extremely Devil May Cry. To the point where, like, power scaling kind of sucks and that you only unlock new moves for your weapons that you get new ones of occasionally. Thing is, in Devil May Cry, the damage is determined by your use of new moves, so buying ones technically increases your damage output by upping your style meter. I think is directly what the damage multiplier is, so building that higher by not using stale moves. That's how things work in Devil May Cry, but there is no hit meter like that in this game. It's just, they do damage, certain weapons are more effective against certain enemy types, and each one has like the same kind of moveset, I guess, and the weapons are all very unique. They're pretty cool. You got like a sword whip, like what Ivy has in Soul Calibur, and like some shield gauntlets, and some cannon tonfas, and big ass hammer. And, you know, the weapons are cool. They all got very unique moves, even if the basics are the same. Like, you know, you got your launcher and your meteor attack, and your dash attack, and then your combo move, which is just attack twice and then attack more to do the synergy thing. It's like whatever, but that's kind of fine because the real skill tree is not actually your weapons, it's your spirit. Your character is a chimera who had their soul bound with their kid sisters. So your sister's ghost is like defending you, and she launches projectiles at shit automatically, like an auto turn. And she also handles all your defensive options, so if an enemy is attacking you, you have to hit the circle and you gotta do it on time to counter specific things. And each type of counter, it can be like a projectile reflection or a close range thing or like an interruption for a big enemy. You have to level those all separately, and then you can add effects to what happens when you do these counters in addition to her auto attacks. So there's a lot going on there, actually. In addition to that, what, the upgrades that you get are split into, like, Mastery and Trickery and something else, I don't freaking know, Chaos. And based on your balance of those determines what your Devil Trigger turns into. Like, there are 4 different branches of Devil Trigger, which all have their own upgrade paths as well.
What was that?
And you'll be put into one of them based on your balance of ability upgrades, which can be refunded and reshuffled on the fly. Not on the fly, but you know, whenever you get to the shop. The story was pretty neat. I wasn't expecting much, honestly, but I'm liking the world that they built, and things get a little weird.
They've been excavating.
And there's some titties, some bare-ass titties that you see a few times.
If their
It's
plan
pretty
is to
cool.
be a thorn in our side, they're doing just fine.
The characters all like they're wearing the Dragon Age 2 champion armor, which is a cool design, but it's, I don't know, it seemed a little derivative when I looked at it. And for some reason your character has the booty shorts variant of it. Like, there are other female chimeras that wear the full ass armor, but you're like, nah, I got booty shorts. It's not even like a completely skimpy outfit. She is still very armored up. She isn't wearing boob armor or anything, but I just don't know why.
What I wanted to see.
It's not like she's a sexualized character in any respect other than that. Like, she's a badass bitch. She's got scars. Yeah, you see her titties sometimes, but like, she's got a big ugly scar in the middle of her chest too, which is why you see the titties. It's like, they're not the focus.
Not exactly the fight I was expecting when we got here. At least we got the job done.
The men here were laborers. Someone must have been coordinating their efforts. I doubt they stuck around to fend off Darkspawn.
So the game progresses similar to Evil West, where it starts off a bit underwhelming. There's not a lot of enemy variety, you don't have a lot of options for attack. Like, you're literally just mashing the Y button because you only have that at the start. And, you know, it's kind of, it takes a few missions, but the missions are all pretty long. So, you know, each one's like an hour or so, and there's like 25 of them. Except for the few that are boss fights, those ones can get done in more like 10 minutes, you know, so, you know, it comes out to more like 20 hours as a whole experience. But, yeah, the game just takes a while to get the ball rolling, but, you know, once you get to like a mid-game, there ends up being very good enemy variety, and you have a bunch of different weapons that you can switch between on the fly. You don't like pick two to go into a mission with or anything. And then there's mechanics like the fields. You have a red and blue field that you can cast out from your spirit. It like depletes a meter, but you need to keep those active to damage red and blue enemies, as well as stage hazards that'll be red and blue, and they have different interactions with the fields. Need to get to the shop. So, like, sometimes you need to activate your red field to destroy some crystals, but sometimes they're like landmines to activate when the red field's active around those crystals, so you have to do it quick, or you have to shut it off, and those can be like scattered all over battlefield too, so if you're fighting red enemies, you have to keep away from the landmines, or maybe you intentionally set them off to damage an enemy. And that ends up being pretty interesting, actually. And that same meter that depletes is used for a lot of the Ghost Girl loot's special attacks. And even up until basically the end of the game, they're introducing new mechanics. You end up with a lot of different meters. Like, you have the Devil Trigger, and you have like a Rampage version of it that happens if you use it when you're at low health, and you have to play like a wrangling minigame while they just auto-fuck everything up on their own. And you have like a second Super Devil Trigger. It's on a separate meter. Here's the shop. Well, I mean, yeah, just like Evil West, it becomes something very fun. But at the start, it's a bit mid, and it takes a while because the missions are pretty lengthy. But just give it a chance. But the thing is, even at its best, it still plays a bit too much like Devil May Cry for my liking. Like, I have always preferred the Platinum and God of War style ones. Like, you know, Darksiders is one of my favorite games. That one's obviously a lot very God of War-like. And, you know, I do enjoy Devil May Cry, but not as much as Darksiders. I'm just not, like, skilled enough to play those games good enough, so, like, you know, I had a rough time on, Knight, which is, I think it's difficulty 3, and you unlocked, 2 more that you can play on. Thing is, for replays, you do get to keep all your progression, but the achievements are done separate for each difficulty, so I did not get the easy mode achievements. I got the normal mode achievements, which kind of pisses me off. So why would I want to go from normal to easy? Maybe you should start on easy first. Then you have to like replay the whole game in the harder difficulty. You can't just go for specific missions or anything like that. That looks pretty good. One-hit gain guard. Should see if Blackwell wants that. What was I saying? Things got very interesting at the end. Like, they left room for a sequel. Or more than room. Like, it seems like they're definitely planning one, but the character is in a very different state than they were at the start. So, I'm curious how the next game is going to play. Assuming it has the same character. Yeah, it piqued my interest.
Nothing to report, sir.
I simultaneously liked the game more and less than I thought I would. Like, I didn't like the gameplay as much as I thought it would, though I think it did have a lot of very interesting ideas. I just wish the progression was stronger there. Like, I didn't feel like I got stronger, I just got more things to juggle with. Which in Evil West was fun. But here, I felt like I need to have my damage upped by some means, at least.
More trained giants. Just what I was hoping never to see again.
But, then the story ended up capturing my attention more than I thought it would, so like, it kind of made up for the shortcomings of the gameplay, which, again, are by no means bad, just not necessarily for me with some design choices. I'm sure people who grew up and loved Devil May Cry will probably absolutely love the game. Something funky, like a crunchy boogie in the middle of the starburst. Trying to suss it out. Like, do I want to spit it or am I gonna power through it? I don't know. Maybe use the rice paper? I mean, it's edible, it's rice paper, but I don't know, that was weird. I powered through it. So, I mean, yeah, again, I liked it more than I thought I would, and I disliked it more than I thought it would. I don't see myself replaying it on the harder difficulties or anything, but I enjoyed my time with it, and compared to Devil May Cry, pretty lengthy, actually. You know, you can beat Devil May Cry game in like 10 to 12 hours, but this was like 20 hours, even if you're not doing the whole replay thing, which they gave you all the setup for, like, you totally could, if you're into that. You know, it's a decent length on its own, you know, so that's a good thing. I'll give it like a 7. I'm moderately impressed for like a new IP from a developer who I didn't really look into them, but I don't know if they put out anything else yet. Smallish team, they use Unreal Engine, so it does look great, but you know, I really wasn't expecting much, and I get pretty impressed. Oh, hey, you got this. There we go. This one tanky motherfucker. Eyes. Alright, that's a good visual marker. Let's talk about the next Naruto. So next arc we got to, they're investigating some Orochimaru activity, and I guess they figure out that there's a little kid who's controlling the three-tailed beast, which is some kind of turtle. I don't know, they just call it the three tails. It's not, they don't specify what the actual beast is, but it looks like some kind of turtle. And he goes Super Saiyan, and that lets him control it a bit, but the beast is like not in him. It's a free roaming creature and lives in the lake. And they want to control it, so you know, they're like training the kid to do that, but he only goes Super Saiyan when he's in distress. So I don't fucking know, alright? Naruto was like training to learn a new move because his last new move sucked. Or, you know, it was awesome, but he can't use it. And he ends up running into the little kid. And he like shares a platitude with him that Master Jiraiya shared with him, that wherever someone is thinking of you is where home is. So the kid just, that's like the only piece of advice this kid has ever gotten, because his mom's dead, so he just keeps repeating it. You hear it like 3 fucking times every episode. I don't think the kid even knows what the hell that means, because he gives them like stock to the bad people. It is so fucking annoying. I was so tired of hearing it, and eventually when Naruto catches up to him, he's like, "Aw, shit, I didn't mean that." Not when the people you call home are Orochimaru and his goons. So, you know, he's like fighting to get the kid away from them, and the kid's like, "No, I want to be with them." The fuck, bro? Eventually, things happen. I don't want to spoil everything. I'm just... That's the whole gist of it. You hear that platitude a lot, and the beast is taken care of more or less. It was however, some crazy shit's going on immediately after. Like, they're still on the same OP, so I guess the arc isn't totally finished, but like, we switched protagonist to Sasuke, and he's like, you know, Sasuke's an edgelord, and he's like all dark and broody, and things are going a bit different, and I'm enjoying it right now. we'll talk about that when we reach the end of it, but just know that it's like already making up for that extremely mid-tier thing with the annoying platitude that we got very tired of hearing.
There might be something here. Better take a closer look.
Oh boy. I think I fucked up already. Yeah, finding the starting point is gonna be the issue here. There we go. Rock on, dude. After the moon, after the holiday. It's cool. Neat. Go back for. Oh hey. The glue. Is there a veil fire anywhere nearby? Anywhere up Abyssal? Nah.
About this? I kind of wish I could see his face when he finds out.
Huh. Oh, it must be below. Okay.
On your feet!
Ah.
Excellent.
Excellent. Jeez. What is this? Alright, I'm looking for a guy in this vicinity. Hey. Oh, bitch. It's gotta be like under the fort, right? You sure as shit wasn't in it. No. I don't know. I'll go to this rift instead. Youch. Where'd he go?
One of the mages Cassandra is after. Back me up!
This will take us back in the fort. Ah, what's this? Fort. Wow. Stop knocking me down.
So what's your estimation, Varric? Think we can win?
You aren't asking me to give odds on our beloved Inquisitor's success.
What would that look like? 3 to 1?
In her favor?
After Corypheus pulled an archdemon out of his ass, are you joking?
Bro, why do they keep doing this? I ain't getting involved. We've had this conversation 3 times.
Man, we'll talk later.
Ugh. Oh, gee, it's the end of the month. Phone's blown up with like bill payment notifications.
One less to worry about.
Speaking of bill payments, you know what's bullshit? So I saw the doctor like 2 months ago, maybe. You know, it's like $60 for a visit, and the visit was covered by the insurance, so I didn't really pay anything. But because we went over my test results from a lab I did, which was also covered by the insurance, that was a free lab, they ended up charging me like $200 for, I don't remember what the exact wording was, but I looked it up, and it's like basically the charge was for the complexity of what went down at this appointment, or like, we just talked. I'm sure they went over the results and did like paperwork after the fact, but like, could that have not been included with like the nature of the visit? Like, if this was a $60 visit, then that was the price of it. Or if it's more expensive to go over the labs, then like charge me that up front. Then I got this $200 bill out of nowhere like 2 months later. They're like, I guess I haven't been paying. It's probably been there. And you know what? It's gonna sit a little longer because I was on employee benefits in my last job, so I had an HSA account, and that, since I'm not at that job anymore, it like closed and turned into a personal HSA, and they were supposed to send me a different card to use those funds, and I never got the card. So I just reordered it because I don't want to drop 200 out of my bank account on this when I have all that money still sitting in an account. I don't know that I plan to keep using the HSA, but I know that it's going to get, like, taxed, and I'm going to basically lose a ton of money if I just close the account, so I'm going to spend it on whatever I can to empty it out before I close it. Maybe if I actually get formally hired and get on benefits at the new place, I can transfer it without any losses, but right now that is not in my cards. Yeah, I just don't like that nobody, like, told me that there was going to be a charge in person. I understand that they need to get paid stuff, but wasn't covered by the insurance, and, like, nobody mentioned it, like, the hell. I didn't know I was gonna owe money, and I feel like it's making me look bad that I've left this unpaid for, like, a month.
Do you think Corypheus will hear about this? I kind of wish I could see his face when he finds out.
My credit score is still good, so it's not hurting me. It's probably just there. The shard was up on the wall. But where the hell is this service guy? Crackdown service. I'm gonna see if this is like a bug. And AI crackdown service. He may be invisible. He was for me. He's next to a lazarite next to the stairs. You can barely see him. What? I said they may have failed to spawn, but he also might be like around here somewhere. Stairs, he could be invisible, you can still talk to him. Otherwise, they recommend trying to load again. Hopefully the game doesn't crash.
Do you think Corypheus will hear about this? I kind of wish I could see his face when he finds out.
Not a search area. It's a place. Try again.
Do you think Corypheus will hear about this? I kind of wish I could see his face when he finds out.
Ain't working. Alright, well, other people say don't just reload, instead sleep at the camp. It's a common bug that never got patched. The last patch happened in 2015. Sometimes they say he's on the wall, sometimes they say he's by the stairs, but I don't know, he's marked on the map. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong spots. Hard to say when he's potentially invisible. I don't know if he's not spawned or if he's just invisible. Literally, how the hell can I tell the difference?
Do you think Corypheus will hear about this? I kind of wish I could see his face when he finds out.
There he is.
Still breathing. He's
He
resilient.
can be
other than that.
invisible.
Have some of the troops bring him in. I'll deal with him back at Skyhold.
Very weird, but okay. I was both looking in the wrong spot and he was invisible, but not the kind of invisible that I thought. Thought like he literally had no character bot, but no, he had like the cloaking effect on for some reason. Alright, those Ashstream caves got that loot normally, so we have that to look forward to. Maybe we get a new Chroma Axe for Blackwall that does a little more damage, because like his is pretty mid at this point. It's still better than anything we've found, but only slightly. I don't think I can make anything stronger yet, not without using Dragon Bone or something. So there's still a landmark somewhere. Where might that be? The map looks pretty explored. It looks like there's one right here, along with a cave. Which would make sense, because I walked around this sulfur field. So yeah, let's head over here.
Nothing to report, sir.
Here's the cave. Get the fuck off this new bridge. Really shoddy construction. I get that nobody but soldiers are gonna be out here, but still, make something that's gonna last. Like, that looks nice. Why doesn't this get the same love and care? Maybe because they're in a desert, the wood doesn't need to be treated or anything. It's gonna stay dry. Ooh, candles. You ever seen Game Grumps, where they had Steve-O on as a guest and were playing Mad World on Wii? He's never played a video game before. He's like, just give me something violent. Some violence, like, says something. He just like runs into a wall and starts mashing jump. He's like, yo, I'm crushing it, bro. I'm crushing it. Classic. I feel like that when I'm missing inputs. The shield's garbage. Healing 15% of the damage taken is kind of good, though. Alright. This. Cave around here somewhere. But where could that be? Maybe in here, actually. It's a ruined structure. See a ladder. Leads to nothing.
We'll need to look around.
Doesn't have to be a cave, right? Could be a ruined structure. Bit silly that I had to solve ash streams to open this, though, if that's the case. Something I like about Enshrouded is that you can usually just punch your way through walls if you don't feel like doing the puzzle. Because that's exactly how it would work. They're mining cheese and this guy's getting all wined out. Looks like a party. And that's a raven? Nevermore? Is this like a tribute to Edgar Allan Poe or something? West Hill Brandy. Notes of black with a honeysuckle finish. Also tastes like brandy. What? Are you saying that all the recipe doesn't matter, it just tastes like brandy?
What's in there, I wonder?
Beans. Hurry and get your ass down here. Oh shit. It gave me influence, but it's not like a recipe or anything. Oh, there it is. Superb fire room. That's pretty good. I'm not gonna find those other 3 pieces. There's the treasure. Very weird spot. Griffin plate. Looks kind of shit. And some enter mail. Probably also shit, but I'll see. Means, get up, man. Going. 35. Alright, so this isn't too bad then. Still shit, but not too bad. Like, it's close. That's garbage. Despite being purple. And black wall. See, this is shit. I know shit, but it confirms it. Looks pretty cool. Like a nice shiny version of one of the warrior sets from 2. Actually, it looks extremely cool. Wish it wasn't shit. Wish I had a recipe to make my own or something. How's this compare? Pretty alright. Gives him more health on hit, gain 2 guard. Chance of not dying. The chance of not dying is like so low and so situational that it's almost shit. This has like the guard on hit, and I guess it gives them a bunch of extra health. Like, seems like it could be good. Maybe I want to replace the parts, but I'm gonna switch to this. Yeah, give that to Cassandra or something. I don't fucking know. Iron Bull probably hasn't got enough love. I feel like I never swap out Varys armor because it's so good. Of course, I made it. Also, I got a bunch of garbage. Alright, we're done on this map. No, there's still this. How to train your dragon. I like those movies. Never saw the 3rd one. It's on my list of things to watch. No, I'm probably too old for it now.
Nothing to report, sir.
What was that? Oh, my fellow researcher. What can I do for you?
Eyeballs. Or is that the mouth sack? No, those are his eyes. Mouth sack's there too. It's the invisibility uses rim lighting, so it only shows like the outside edge of the model and blurs out all the centerpieces, right? The eyeball has back faces, and the mouth is just like a little narrow sack. It doesn't have a whole throat. You can still see the outline because the middle of his head is being invisified, but there's still edges inside his face. It's an unintended consequence. I don't like it. I feel like I wouldn't have settled for that if this was me.
I've spotted several dragon signs around the approach.
Most excellent, my friend. I don't suppose you noted the wound pattern? No matter, I'll look into that later. Andraste's mercy. From what I can tell, the dragon has been moving east and will be scouring the wastes next. Naturally, the dragon's hunting ground is full of miscreants, White Claw raiders. They've covered the area in traps for Maker only knows reasons. Quite a mess.
One tail feather and one batch of intestines, as requested.
My friend, you are invaluable. I will certainly note your assistance in my monograph on the High Dragon.
Trip on that
I will
wire.
attempt to lure her out as soon as my background research is complete. Mistakes could be deadly. The ancient Tevinters wrote volumes on the study of dragons. I believe they had a laboratory in this desert. If only their work had not been lost. Truly, the Blights set the field of draconology back centuries. Deplorable.
Sure, the alleged extinction didn't do anything for that.
I found this manuscript on dragons in an ancient Tevinter laboratory. Will it help you?
What remarkable diagrams. Are these chambers of the draconic heart? Oh, if only I could read the script. Do you perhaps know a linguist? Or a Tevinter historian?
Don't look at me. Nobody's spoken that form of Tevin in 700 years.
I don't, but the Inquisition might. I'll speak to our specialists.
Of course we do.
We'll have to speak some other time.
I don't even know what I want to level anymore, man. Like, my skill thing's full. Do I want to replace anything? Maybe the block. I don't use it enough, but it's always very useful when I do use it. Basically only against dragons and like the giant guys with the two-handed club. It says damage in an area. That's kind of sweet. Maybe I'll replace the charge. Like, I use it for running around the map more than I do for actually using it in combat, you know? Find traps to destroy. I look like, I don't know, a pile of shit. Pile of shit with a bear trap. Alright. I suppose a pile of shit can be a trap on its own. But when you combine it with an actual trap, monster recipe for success, if you ask me. I just think it's strange that we're only taking the shit and not the bear trap. And I guess there's no bait in it now. Still, it's a little dangerous. There it is.
Whoever
Yeah,
said that
shit.
is going to come looking.
The white claws. Those wyverns are bandits. Bandits. It's gonna take a while to get used to not having the charge move. Cooldown instantly, what the hell? God motherfucking damn. Who dat?
After more than 30 days, I have yet to observe the Abyssal High Dragon in... Oh. Yes? Can I assist you?
Kill
The
them.
raiders are no longer in the way.
I've made note of the appropriate spots in the wastes for you to place lures. I must locate my supplies to create the bait. Then we can proceed.
We'll have to take some other time.
So, am I placing lures or am I translating the note? I think I need to translate the note. Let me find that. That's an expansion of Deep Road Expedition. Build that. Translation. Okay. Oh, gotta go back to Skyhold and hope the game doesn't fucking crash. So I've asked you to do that a good few times. I do not appreciate it. I don't remember the game being this unstable when I originally played it either. We did kill someone for Cassandra. Maybe she has something to say. going on here? Little man and a tall man having a conversation. Right.
It's good to see you.
No, it is not.
You'll be quick, won't you? I'm a runner. They may be running.
I'm a runner, you know what they say, ABR. Pass judgment. Where's the watchtower? And I'd probably have to go somewhere to build it in person, but where?
Visitor?
Ah. I'm gonna move on, but I don't like it. Doesn't sit right. There wasn't some kind of choice or a cutscene with that. How do I know his upgrade? Do I have to reload the map for it to appear? I don't even know which watchtower. There's a ton of them.
Something you wanted to talk about?
I'm good. It's a little boring here. He doesn't really have a personal quest. Not that I remember. Kind of just Barrick. It's kind of tied into the main story with Hawk's involvement, but that's about it.
Before you is Service of the Minrathous Circle of Magi. You met him and his Venatori in the Western Approach. He admits to working for Corypheus, raising monsters, and using magic for conquest. He also used his connections to smuggle magical artifacts out of the Approach, without his master's consent.
You stole from Corypheus. I don't know whether that's stupidly brave or bravely stupid.
I was hired by a third party. I've no loyalty to him. Might you find that useful, your worship?
Not really.
I'm sorry, are you attempting to bargain with us?
Bargain? I plead. I throw myself on your mercy. I also have friends in Tevinter who owe me large debts. Leave what happened in the approach
can recruit
behind us,
him.
Inquisitor, and I can put them all at your disposal.
An informant on probation, throw him in jail. Hell yeah.
Leliana will assign agents to you. I expect them to inform me that you've been forthright. If you want redemption, you'll have to earn it.
I can more than pay my keep, Inquisitor. Thank you.
Yeah. Is Cole the only one to disapprove? Ah, it's the wrong door. I think this is above the war room. Yeah. Cover the sold artifacts. Can't fully trust the man. He knows that. I'll give him his helpers and send an unseen spy along. He's too prideful to cheat us without proving his worth first. I'd give him what he asks, without any reason. And send my soldiers to help the mage. They'll keep a close eye on. Spy, spy, spy.
Inquisitor.
Cerberus delivered the artifacts as promised. Spy who sent him got him taking a trinket and an expensive bauble, really, for his personal collection. Cerberus returned it without hesitation, claiming he wished to see if we were intelligent enough to watch a newly defected agent. Then give us the location of a cache of jewels and coin and the Venatori had hidden just outside the approach. Suspect he was hoping he'd be caught. The mage enjoys being slippery. A man like that is not hard to nudge in the direction we require. Translate it. Close to find a complete translation. Fascinating manuscript, which our scholars estimate to predate the first flight. Dialect caused quite a stir in historical linguistics. The College of Antiques would be most interested in further cooperation with the exhibition should you uncover more Tavine documents in the pre-Blay era. Fortunately, you got with a lot of titles.
It seems very unlikely that she could be nesting at this time of year. Ah, fellow researcher, how can I help you?
My people have translated that Tevinter manuscript.
Studies on dragon hunting patterns? Migrations? Ha! Durant's theory that dragons can't see the color blue is refuted. With those dreadful raiders out of the way, we can finally lure out the Abyssal High Dragon. You should have the honor, my friend. I've made note of the appropriate spots in the wastes for you to place lures. Place this bait, and then wait. It will be a momentous achievement in draconology.
I'm off to plant the bait for the High Dragon.
I cannot wait to hear your observations. You must make note of how she circles the hunting area.
We'll have to speak some other time.
Where's the hunting area? Around here. Makes sense. Looks like a dragonflight area. And I forgot about the thing again. On my horse. The horse that I never used because I always had the thing. I'll actually use it. Am I just placing this shit in the same traps I took the shit from? We add some, like, incense to the shit to make it more potent? And it's just fucking lazy.
Now we wait for the dragon.
Baiting a dragon on purpose. Right. Should have stayed home today.
Yo yo yo. It's got a cool pattern.
Not to get eaten, shall we?
Neon blue speckles on a bright maroon. Alright, it's epic music. How about you come fucking fight already? It looks like a Canary, look at his head. Interesting that this is the one you find in the desert, and you know, the Canary are desert people. They got the same horns. Anyone got his buffle? Not really. I don't even remember what Dorian's is. Does it slow everything? Maybe I'll use that one. I think the armor up is his between phases thing. He's not gonna get up and fly away. Easy is for how cool he looks. Oh hey, the cave's open now. Wonder when that happened. Thinking that shit. Breaker current daggers do like 300. Rings probably good. I threw characters who don't have rings. I think Sarah's one of them. You can have that. Paragons among wardens? They got a dwarven burial? Are those dwarf wardens, or were they wardens the dwarves honored? Or can't find this guy? There is. I need to walk back there again.
Nothing to report, sir.
What was that? Oh, my fellow researcher. What can I do for you?
The High Dragon attacked me when I planted the bait. I'm afraid it's dead.
She attacked? How wonderful! You had a first-hand view of her behavior. Did you take any notes on her aggressive posturing? I suppose you wouldn't have. No matter. I should very much like to interview you. At a later time, of course. I could join your Inquisition. My expertise could be of use, and your scouts could help me find other specimens.
Sure.
Certainly. I'm sure the Inquisition could use a draconologist.
Excellent. I'm sure my research will be of great use to you.
Alright. So we're officially done with all that crap. And we can go do the story mission now. I think that took a lot longer than I was thinking it was gonna take. Check the time. We're doing... yeah, about 2 hours. That's what I was thinking. So longer than I thought, but goddamn. Multi-stream. Twitch doesn't let you multi-stream. I think YouTube does, so I could broadcast on Facebook or something, but I don't have a Facebook. It says liberate 3 keeps, as if there's a 4th keep, but there is not. Liberate all the keeps. Son of a bitch. My controller is plugged in, it is glowing blue. Like, come on. Well, now it's orange. Ah.
Can I help you?
Huh?
Can I help you?
Are there any other notable dragons you've heard about?
There's supposed to be a smaller cousin of the Abyssal High Dragon roosting somewhere near here. A sandy howler, I believe. I heard rumors of a Vinsummer being spotted taking prey off the Storm Coast. Lovely dragons, remarkably aggressive. Jeannette sighted a Gomordan storm rider hunting in the Dales before. Well, it was her discovery. And I believe a Ferelden Frostback has claimed a measure of the hinterlands as her territory. There may be others.
Only all the dragon locations. I was like, Stormy, would they really have two on one map? And then I was like, nah. That's the one that we fought in the big desert. Sing waste. Alright, got some inventory to manage. Ah, he can't use it. Alright, well. Trash. You can have the other one. Because I'll be tactically casting it. She's gonna get cooldown reductions. If she's ever in my party. Awesome. Oh. No, he does have room for one more ability. Idiot. Just trash. this is just a trash version of her ice thing until you have this, where you annihilate people that you teleport inside of, which sounds very, very cool. Crap. Okay, she'll have both. Area of effect. Additional guard damage. Honestly, we don't really fight hordes of enemies like the last game. Probably why everything's so spongy now. And to keep the battle length without the satisfaction of cutting down a ton of dudes was a complaint. Pretty good. Gotta have that. I'll take this first. Next use of Dragon Rage has a chance of crit. Heal more. That. What if I don't ever use Dragon Rage, huh? What then? It seems stupid, like all these feed into buffs for Dragon Rage. So I really should get it. Replace parry with it or something. That's Garbo. Just makes them stop moving mid-fight. I think we're good. That away. And all these rooms I got. Put away too, I guess. I feel like crafting runes with all those prayer ass materials. And we will put these in whenever our final gear is. Unless it's mine, because I feel good. And everything else can get sold pretty much. Garbage. Garbage. Maybe that staff was good, but it's gone now. I don't give a shit. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. We're gonna do story mission. Been so long. This one's pretty cool though, if I remember right. Best ones in the game. And I gotta make a save in case it decides to crash when we load.
Adamant Fortress has stood against the Darkspawn since the time of the Second Blight.
Fortunately for us, that means it was built before the age of modern siege equipment. A good trebuchet will do major damage to those ancient walls. And thanks to our Lady Ambassador...
Lady Cyril of Jadar was pleased to lend the Inquisition her sabers. They've already delivered the trebuchets.
That is the good news.
None of that accounts for the Warden summoning a giant demon army.
That is the bad news.
The Inquisition forces can breach the gate, but if the Wardens already have their demons...
I found records of Adamant's construction. There are choke points we can use to limit the field of battle.
That's good. We may not be able to defeat them outright. But if we cut off reinforcements, we can carve you a path to Warden Commander Clarel.
Alright.
Taking this fortress is going to get a lot of good soldiers killed.
Our soldiers know the risks, Inquisitor, and they know what they're fighting for.
Yeah, I mean, they're soldiers, dog, like, we gotta use them for something.
But we'll get that gate open.
It's also possible that some Wardens may be sympathetic to our cause.
The warriors may be willing to listen to reason, though I doubt they will turn against Clarel directly. The mages, however, are slaves to Corypheus. They will fight to the death.
We've built the siege engines and readied our forces, Inquisitor. Give the word, and we march on Adamant.
Get it. Probably wouldn't have been a bad idea to pick a Sandra, actually, because we're going to fight a lot of demons here. Oh well. Stick with the A-team. It looks like a pretty sturdy castle for someone who's built pre-siege equipment. I think maybe have like wood walls or something and holding up pretty well against some trebuchets. Dwarven architecture. A Darkspawn ogre, not just a big battering ram.
Fall back! They're through! All right, Inquisitor. You have your way in. Let's make use of it. We'll keep the main host of demons occupied for as long as we can.
I'll be fine. Just keep the men safe.
We'll do what we have to, Inquisitor. Warden Stroud will guard your back. Hawk is with our soldiers on the battlements. He's assisting them until you arrive.
Fuck that guy.
There's too much resistance on the walls. Our men on the ladders can't get a foothold. If you can clear out the enemies on the battlements, we'll cover your advance.
What? Cover my advance? Like, you're gonna be behind after I've done all the heavy lifting? Okay. Sounds wonderful. Now will you guys just sit this one out, huh? Trebuchet. It's like in Naruto where they fire arrows out of a lock shot, but they've all got like paper bombs on them. And like things like Jutsu symbols on them that can explode. It's really just like a stick.
The Inquisition is here to stop Clarel, not to kill Wardens. If you fall back, you won't be harmed.
All right. My men will stay back. We want no part of this. Deal with Clarel as you must.
Well said. I had hoped some of the Wardens would listen to reason.
Oh, yeah. Up and there's nothing up here.
Clear the area around the ladder.
Body.
We're clear. Let's get to the next one. You can press on ahead to worship.
Okay, they're actually kind of tough. Doing more than I thought they would.
One down.
Blood mages! It's always blood mages!
He's immune. Demons is like the primary part of this kind of thing.
Inquisitor! Always a pleasure.
Good work. Stay with my forces and see that they survive this.
I'll keep the demons off them as best I can.
Probably should have just told him to come with me. Oh well.
We need to clear a path for our guys.
Ow.
All right, this one's clear. I suggest we keep moving. Soldiers get tired, demons not so much.
You don't know that. They're living things. New shield? Probably not. Yeah, it's trash. Actual trash. Doesn't have anything special about it. The hell is that a purple? I know it has a story attached to it, but come on. The cool fact.
Wardens! We are betrayed by the very world we have sworn to protect.
The Inquisition is inside, Clarel. We have no time to stand on ceremony.
These men and women are giving their lives, Magister. That might mean little in Tevinter, but for the Wardens, it is a sacred duty. It has been many long years, my friend.
Too many, Clarel. If my sword arm can no longer serve the Wardens, then my blood will have to do.
What?
It will.
How dare you?
Stop them! We must complete the ritual!
I'm sure you can't wait for Clarel to do that. How else are you going to bind her?
Yes, Inquisitor. I want to bind the Warden Commander to a demon. Everyone in this room already knows that. And yes, the ritual requires blood sacrifice. Hate me for that if you must, but do not hate the Wardens for doing their duty.
We make the sacrifices no one else will. Our warriors die proudly for a world that will never thank them.
And then your
shit, ain't that dire right now.
to Corypheus.
I think you need to resort to this kind of shit yet.
He's dead. These people will say anything to shake your confidence, Clarel.
Bring it through!
Hell is that?
Please! I have seen more than my share of blood magic. It is never worth the cost.
I trained half of you myself. Do not make me kill you to stop this madness.
Oh,
Be ready with the ritual, Clarel. This demon is truly worthy of your strength.
Maybe.
Blackwall, can you talk some sense into them?
You don't know me, but you may have heard my name. Like you, I've given my life to the Grey Wardens. The first time I put on this armor, I felt like I belonged. Like I was part of something honorable. Something with a purpose. I know how good that feels. How safe. But fighting and dying here today won't stop the Blight. If you want to stop the Blight, kill that bastard up there. His master is the living embodiment of its corruption.
That's right.
Clarel, we have come so far. You're the only one who can do this.
Perhaps we could test the truth of these charges to avoid more bloodshed.
Or perhaps I should bring in a more reliable ally. My master thought you might come here, Inquisitor. He sent me this to welcome you.
Oh no. Not a sponge. why they would have chosen that monster of all things. I think it looks like a fucking archdemon. Just gonna not make them burn. Big. Look at that. That cube map in there. Texture with 3 dimensions. Go away. Oh, fuck. Screen.
You've destroyed the Grey Wardens.
And you did it.
You did that to yourself, you stupid bitch.
Yeah.
All I did was dangle a little power before your eyes, and you couldn't wait to get your hands bloody. You could have served a new god.
I will never serve the Blight.
feel like she should have done some kind of background check before she started taking advice from this guy. There wasn't even one of them. Like, we never even met him when we knew who he was working for.
In peace, vigilance.
She sacrificed herself in death. Do you get it? Yeah, we can open up portals now. No biggie. NBD memes don't get a big dick. Oh.
Where are we?
We were falling. If this is the afterlife, the Chantry owes me an apology. This looks nothing like the Maker's bosom.
No. The
What
Inquisitor
was
used
Archer
the
the
mark
last
to open
time he
another
was with
rift.
us?
We
Now
fell
he has
through.
Saggers.
I believe we're in the Fade.
The Fade looked much different the last time I was here.
The first time I entered the Fade, it looked like a lovely castle filled with gold and silks. I met a marvelous desire demon, as I recall. We chatted and ate grapes before he attempted to possess me. Perhaps the difference is that we are here physically. This is no one's dream.
The stories say you walked out of the Fade at Haven. Was it like this?
Yeah.
I don't know. I still can't remember what happened the last
It was
time
dark.
I did this.
They had that rock texture.
Whatever happened at Haven, we can't assume we're safe now. That huge demon was right on the other side of that rift Eramond was using. And there could be others.
In our world, the rift the demons came through was nearby, in the main hall. Can we escape the same way?
Black will have nothing to say. All my other party members, they're not present.
Let's find out. There. Let's go.
Oh, never mind. Dory did say something.
Is this really what it's like when you dream? How do you people ever sleep? Remember last time we ended up in the Fade, Hawk?
Oh, how could I forget? My closest friends showed such loyalty in the face of a demon's temptations.
Well, we got better. Sort of.
Interesting. Big rock containing a lot of other rocks.
Should we look around?
So, is the statue the tongue, or is it like throating the dog? This one magic.
By the Maker. Could that be?
I greet you, Warden. And you, Champion.
Divine Justinia. From the little I
Literally,
remember,
how is she alive?
I thought you were dead.
What is she
I
eating?
fear
How
the
is she
divine is
defending
indeed
herself?
dead. It is likely we face a spirit. Or a demon.
You think my survival impossible. Yet here you stand alive in the Fade yourselves. In truth, proving my existence either way would require time we do not have.
Really? How hard is it to answer one question? I'm a human, and you are...
I am here to help you. You do not remember what happened at the Temple of Sacred Ashes, Inquisitor.
Nah.
No, I don't.
The memories you have lost were taken by the demon that serves Corypheus. It is the nightmare you forget upon waking. It feeds off memories of fear and darkness, growing fat upon the terror. The false calling that terrified the Wardens into making such grave mistakes? Its work.
I would gladly avenge the
dog.
insult this nightmare dealt my brethren.
You will have your chance, brave Warden. This place of darkness is its lair.
Can it bleed?
How do we hurt it?
That's a little optimistic, isn't it?
You hurt it by escaping the Fade and leading your people against Corypheus.
That wasn't what I meant.
I know. But for now, it is the best answer I can give you. When you entered the Fade at Heaven, the demon took a part of you. Before you do anything else, you must recover it. These are your memories, Inquisitor.
No, those are a generic enemy.
Run while you can! Warn them!
What's going on here?
Bring forth the sacrifice.
Why are you doing this? You, of all people.
Keep the sacrifice still.
Someone, help me! What's going on here?
Why did he pick up the ball?
So, your mark did not come from Andraste. It came from the orb Corypheus used in his ritual.
Corypheus intended to rip open the veil, use the anchor to enter the Fade, and throw open the doors of the Black City. Not for the old gods, but
is
for
what came
himself.
from Andraste.
When you disrupted
Still
his
chosen,
plan,
I promise.
the orb bestowed the anchor upon you instead.
Was that everything you wanted me to see?
For the time being. You cannot escape the lair of the nightmare until you regain all that it took from you. You have recovered some of yourself, but now it knows you are here. You must make haste. I will prepare the way ahead.
Something troubles you, Hawk. I wondered if you might be concerned about the Grey Wardens holding the Divine in that vision. Their actions led to her death.
I assumed he had taken their minds, as you have seen him do before. Come, we can argue after we escape this dark place.
Oh, I intend to.
I've never met the Divine. You think that was really her?
Well, I have no idea. If it's a spirit, it's not acting like one. No demon would have been so helpful without asking something in return.
And the nightmare? From what she said, I don't look forward to meeting it.
Sounds like it preys on fear. Stealing people's memories. That's low, even for a demon. Memories make us what we are. A monster that takes them away. I don't want to think about that.
After what it did to my fellow Wardens, I pray we find some way to track it down.
Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm not afraid of nothing here. Where'd you buy that statue? Walmart?
Ah, we have a visitor. Some silly little girl comes to steal the fear I kindly lifted from her shoulders. You should have thanked me and left your fear where it lay, forgotten. You think that pain will make you stronger. What fool filled your mind with such drivel? The only one who grows stronger from your fears is me. But you are a guest here, I hope. So by all means, let me return what you have forgotten.
Down you go! I expected worse.
These foes are likely but servants of the true demon.
Pity.
A lot of good stuff in these rocks. Why I'm not just running past it all. Take these flowers. I got them just for you. Stats. Probably mean more if I was able to pick where my stats went. Real well. I'll take it.
Perhaps I should be afraid, facing the most powerful members of the Inquisition. Like Black Warden. There's nothing like a Grey Warden, and you are nothing like a Grey Warden.
I'll show you strength.
That interview clip with Justin Bieber. The lady like laughs at her own jokes. She's trying to roast him, and he's like, that laugh.
It is Dorian, isn't it? For a moment I mistook you for your father.
Like completely backfires on her because her laugh's awful. He fucking bite her. I didn't even like him when he was a kid, making pop music. I still don't like him now. He was like a rapper. But you know what? That was pretty godlike.
Once again, Hawk is in danger because of you, Varric. You found the Red Lyrium. You brought Hawk here.
Just keep talking, Smiley.
Did you think you mattered, Hawk? Did you think anything you ever did mattered? You couldn't even save your city. How could you expect to strike down a god? You're a failure, and your
Smaller fears, I would wager. Scavenging whatever the nightmare leaves behind.
And of course, they look like giant spiders.
Spiders? That is not what I saw.
Of course. The demons look different to each of us. Personalized little terrors.
I'm pretty sure they're just spiders, dog.
It knows you seek escape. With each moment, it grows stronger. There is not much time, Inquisitor.
So, can you tell me what you are?
I told you. I am helping you.
Yes, but are you her, or some kind of fade remnant of her? Or a spirit imitating her?
Our world is never that simple. What if the answer is none of those things? Or all of them? I am what the Maker made me. The question is, are you what the Maker made you, Inquisitor?
I was meant to become the Inquisitor.
But what is the Inquisitor? And how will she change the world? You believe in your purpose, and that is good. That is your power.
You still haven't answered my question. What are you?
I am what you see. All other answers rest in you.
Great.
We should keep moving.
She has nothing useful to say then. Don't even bother with the other questions. She's gonna be that damn cryptic.
Keep running! The demons!
I need to find an item to put in his soup. Animal crackers. Or perhaps a letter from home to warm his heart as well as his soup. No? Okay.
This is the breach back in Haven. That's how I escaped. The demons! Keep running! Ah!
Where'd she go? Blue way.
It was you. They thought it was Andraste sending me from the Fade, but it was the Divine behind me. And then you. She died.
Yes.
So this creature is simply a spirit?
You don't say.
I am sorry if I disappoint you.
That's better. Why the theatrics?
The only thing that's important right now is getting out of the Fade. Whatever you are, you've helped us so far.
What we do know is that the mortal divine perished at the temple, thanks to the Grey Wardens.
As I said, the Grey Wardens responsible for that crime were under the control of Corypheus. We can discuss this further once we return to Adamant.
Assuming that the Wardens and their demon army didn't destroy the Inquisition while we were gone.
How dare you judge us? You tore Kirkwall apart and started the Mage Rebellion.
Not me. I literally did not help.
Mages, not madmen drunk on blood magic. But you'd ignore that, because you can't imagine a world without the Wardens, even if that's what we need.
What are you saying? You want to get rid of the Wardens? Everyone makes mistakes. They would have died to save us.
They might still be useful. What if Corypheus conjures another blight? You never know.
I don't know what to tell you. There are a few good ones, but an awful lot of the Wardens I've known went crazy.
They went crazy, but come on, they can be spared.
Sweet Maker, could both of you please shut up? We can argue once we've escaped from the giant fear demon.
Inquisitor!
The nightmare has found us.
Form up. I'm with you.
I suppose we should follow the Divine. Whatever she is our way out of here.
Warden Stroud, how must it feel to devote your whole life to the Wardens, only to watch them fall? Or worse, to know that you were responsible for their destruction? When the next blight comes, will they curse your name?
With the Maker's blessing, we will end this wretched beast.
Cards while he's making soup. And I don't know any soup takes more than like 5 minutes to make, but alright. 5 minutes long enough to play solitaire. It's really fast.
Do you think you can fight me? I am your every fear come to life. I am the veiled hand of Corypheus himself. The demon army you fear, I command it. They are bound all through me.
Ah, so if we banish you, we banish the demons. Thank you. Every fear come to life.
Damn it, I was posturing. Come on, you can't just wreck my steam like that. Like, shit, why you gotta sandbag me, dog?
But that's a big one. It feeds on our fear. Let it go hungry tonight.
The child fears he will wet his bed if the stuffed animal is not there to absorb his piss. And that looks like the way forward. We gotta go down there for the other thing, I'm sure. This whole place just looks like Kirkwall, really. There's like Hawk Spear.
I guess things just float whenever they feel like it here. Wonder what's up there. Or maybe it's best we never find out.
They established everybody's seeing different things right now, so like... Is this really what the Fade looks like?
Hard to outrun anything in this swamp. Pile of moist turds. Blackwall fears himself. Compassion fears despair. Soulstice is afraid of dying alone. Sarah is afraid of the nothing. What does that mean? Dorian's afraid of temptation. What does that mean? Barrick, he became his parents. Vivian, irrelevance. Iron Bull, madness. This one's supposed to be me. Cassandra, helplessness. What about me? What am I afraid of? A damn thing, that's what.
get back here. You bunch of nothings.
You must get through the rift, Inquisitor. Get through, and then slam it closed with all your strength. That will banish the army of demons and exile this cursed creature to the farthest reaches of the Fade.
The rift! We're almost there.
Great, Hawk. Why
Wow,
not
look
just
at
dare
that
the old gods to try and
thing we
stop
saw. I thought it was a corpse, but it's been alive the whole time. Big spider and a mind flare. Oh, I don't like those eyes.
Please tell Liliana.
Like pustules.
I am sorry. I failed you too.
You know, like some people got your porous surfaces. It looks like that. It's yucky. Or, you know, the images that come up when you look up that fear. They're not scary, they're just yucky. I don't like seeing flesh with big old pores all over it and a honeycomb pattern. It's unnatural.
I grow fat on your fear.
Fat on his dick. Where he at?
You will die in agony.
Kinda wish I wasn't over-leveled.
We can do it!
It's fine though. Really it is.
You cannot stand against me.
Blood ocean.
We need to clear a path! Go! I'll cover you. No, you were right. The Grey Wardens caused this. A Warden must help them rebuild. That's your job. Corypheus is mine.
Are you sure? I would likely die to cover your escape. Hawk will likely die. I mean, Shroud could become the new commander, and that'd be kind of cool, but like, fuck Shroud, right? Hawk's the cool guy. And Corypheus is his job, so hasn't he come help stop Corypheus? Because this thing is not Corypheus, right? Like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure originally I let Hawk stay and, you know, allegedly die. I never saw him again. But if there's potential to see him in a future game, I'd like that. And also, he should help stop Corypheus. Like, that's the bigger threat than where I'm just going with the Wardens. They'll rebuild. They're fine. They're needed.
Stroud.
Inquisitor, it has been an honor.
He has a short lifespan anyways. Hawk ain't a Warden.
For the Warden!
Like, he was already a Warden commander 10 years ago when 2 happened, so how much longer could he really have left?
She was right. Without the nightmare to control them, the mages are free. And Corypheus loses his demon army. Though as far as they're all concerned, the Inquisitor broke the spell with the blessing of the Maker.
That's what happened.
They need something to believe in.
I suppose escaping by the skin of your teeth isn't as good for morale.
Inquisitor, the Archdemon flew off as soon as you disappeared. The Venatori Magister is unconscious but alive. Cullen thought you might wish to deal with him yourself. As for the Wardens, those who weren't corrupted helped us fight the demons. We stand ready to help make up for Clarel's tragic mistake. Where is Stroud?
Died for your sins.
Warden Stroud died striking a blow against a servant of the Blight. We will honor his sacrifice, and remember how he exemplified the ideals of the Grey Wardens, even as Corypheus and his servants tried to destroy you all from within.
Inquisitor, we have no one left of any significant rank. What do we do now?
Wardens are banished from our way. They do not help being... Fuck that. Why would I ever tell them to get the fuck out? Maybe vulnerable to... Whatever. We're good.
You stay and do whatever you can to help. Stroud died for the ideals of the Wardens. In war, victory. And we are still at war. Do you believe the Wardens can still help?
I do, your worship.
You're still vulnerable to Corypheus, and possibly his Venatori. But there are plenty of
Where do they stay where we can watch them, right?
While they do that, I'll inform the Wardens at Weishaupt what's happened. Best they not get
Tell
caught
them to
off
get
guard.
out of here. They will go straight to Deventer and join the
Thank you, your
army
worship.
again.
We will not fail you.
Good luck with your Inquisition. Try not to start an exalted march on anything. And take care of Varric for me.
No, you keep helping us. Literally, why not keep helping us? We gotta deal with Coryphy fish.
Hawk sent me one final report. He's on his way to Weishaupt. As for the Grey Wardens, they are fighting demons and Red Templars while staying clear of Venatori. Hugh dealt Corypheus a significant blow, Inquisitor.
The
That
Grey
momentum
Wardens
going.
carry respect in other nations. If we spread word that the Inquisition has their support,
we may gain standing with nations that have suffered under the Blight. I will take the matter to Josephine. While you bested Corypheus here and at Halam Shiral, he himself was not present either time. We fear he's close to finding another way to enter the Fade. When you have a moment, Colin and Josephine are waiting in the war room with an update. What was she like? Divine Justinia, or her soul, or the spirit that took her form. I read your report. I know it isn't clear, but...
You matter.
she refused to say anything outright. I could have used more direct answers and fewer journeys of self-discovery.
She made a lot of people feel that way.
She did ask me to tell you something, though. She said, "I'm sorry. I failed you too."
Oh. I should finish this before it slips my mind. Perhaps later we might discuss the matter further. Thank you.
Don't worry about it. Is Bloodwake a weapon? It is. Meh. Weapon. A lot of junk. Yeah, we'll go sell all this crap. And you have some judgments to cast too.
Where's my other hand? Right there.
Adamant's influence continues, your worship. I submit Lord Livius Erimond of Virantium, who remains loyal to Corypheus. We found him alive, offering extreme resistance, likely because the Order will ask for his head. In more colorful terms. To say nothing
fuck
of
this guy.
justice you might personally require for what was suffered in the Fade.
Many places felt the pain of adamant. You will answer for a great deal.
I recognize none of this proceeding. You have no authority to judge me.
On the contrary,
Or
many
you beat
officials
your
have
ass.
communicated that they will defer to the Inquisitor on this matter.
Because they fear. Not just Corypheus, but Tevinter, rightful ruler of every piece of ground ye trod in your pathetic life. I served a living god. Bring down your blades and free me from the physical. Glory awaits me.
And he's dangerous. Wardens. Jail him. He's still dangerous. Execute him. Fuck this guy.
Lord Eramond, any protection you thought you had has apparently been withdrawn. You will die. By my hand.
Petty actions. Truth lies in the next world.
Bloody my ceremonial sword. It has no blade on it. Club him to death.
Another of the lingering pains of adamant, your worship. Ruth is a senior warden of the Order. She was one of the many who slit the throat of another to bind a demon. She does not contest this.
Yeah, you're probably fine.
Fact, she surrendered to us.
Not in the right
She
headspace.
requests no mercy. She wants the public justice of the headman's axe.
You're very serious about this. Is more death the answer?
There is no excuse for my actions. I murdered another of the Order. That blood marks me more than the Blight ever could.
Accepting their actions while thralls of Corypheus, many treaties allow wardens any extreme if it opposes the Blight.
I can't do it. I can't use the greater good to justify my crimes, as if it would create a future I could be a part of. It is wrong that this broke me. I've done worse with full sanction. I can do nothing except be an example of the cost.
I don't want to grant her forgiveness. I suppose Andraste could. Could go the deep roads and die a Warden's death, but even that would be like too honorable in her mind. I forgive her.
The Inquisition stands for faith. Our work has greater purpose. Sometimes we need a reminder. Ruth, the Herald of Andraste forgives you in her name. Find peace in that.
Your worship, I will try.
Alright, well, there's judgments to do. Or, you know, map stuff related to the judgments. Now's the time. We got time for a couple map things, I guess. probably a cutscene here too, since we ran out of objectives just now. Or no, we did the listening device thing. There's follow up on that still.
It's time to plan our next attack. What's the state of the Inquisition?
Our alliance with Orlais holds, for the present. They'll send aid on request.
And your actions at Adamant denied Corypheus his army of pet demons. With Orlais' support, our numbers match his. Corypheus' followers must be panicking.
My agents agree. Our victories have shaken his disciples.
Well, they deserve.
Perhaps they'll rethink following the Darkspawn Magister from the dawn of time. Where is Corypheus now?
After Adamant, Corypheus uprooted his major strongholds and sent them marching south to the Arbor Wilds. His army clearly wasn't prepared to flee. Our victories have them on the defensive.
Alright, well, fuck 'em.
We strike Corypheus now, while his people are reeling. If he's hiding in the Arbor Wilds, that's where we finish him.
But what is Corypheus doing in such a remote area?
His people have been ransacking elven ruins since Haven. We believe he seeks more. What he hopes to find, however, continues to elude us.
Which should surprise no one. Fortunately, I can assist.
I'll ignore that you wandered in without knocking. You have my attention.
What Corypheus seeks in those Forgotten Woods is as ancient as it is dangerous.
Which is?
'Tis best.
Where is her bra strap going? It doesn't go around her neck. They just kind of meet up here and disappear. Are they connected to her necklace?
This is an Illuvian, an elven artifact from a time long before their empire was lost to human greed. I restored this one at great cost, but another lies within the Arbor Wilds. That is what Corypheus seeks.
Corypheus wants this, and you brought it into my castle.
If the Darkspawn could breach these walls, would he not have already come for you? I found legends of an elven temple within the Arbor Wilds, untouched. It proved too dangerous to approach, and thus I turned elsewhere to find my prize. If Corypheus has turned southward, he could succeed where I failed. The Illuvian would be his.
What does it do?
A more appropriate question would be, where does it lead?
This is like literally a fucking fast travel network. Surprised they didn't use in any game yet. It's like place these all over the world, and you got yourself a teleport network. You just come back here and pick which one you want to go to. Of course, being able to travel in an instant's pretty powerful. Could be dangerous. The military was using it, you know.
If this place once had a name, it has long been lost. I call it the Crossroads, a place where all Illuvians join, wherever they might be.
A useful trick.
For one who knows the way, certainly. The ancient elves left no roads, only ruins hidden in far-flung corners. This is how they traveled between them. As you can see, most of the mirrors are dark, broken, corrupted, or unusable. As for the rest, a few can be opened from this side, but only a few.
If
So
most
not
of his
useful.
mirrors are broken or locked, then what use are they?
This is not the Fade, but it is very close. Someone with enough power could tear down the ancient barriers.
And enter the Fade in the flesh, like Corypheus wanted to do with the Anchor.
He learned of the Alluvian in the Arbor Wilds as I did. He marshals the last of his forces to reach it. You have made Corypheus desperate, Inquisitor. We must work together to stop him, and soon.
The under or above?
They who stand before the corrupt and the wicked and do not falter. Champions of the just.
Guessing under.
Will you need me again today? I believe so. Let me check my distillations.
No, it's above. There's nobody clean down here, it's ridiculous.
There are they who stand before the corrupt. Falter. The corrupt and the wicked and do not falter. Blessed are the peacekeepers, the champions of the...
Bruv. You did it. And this is the tower upgrade. Okay. Cosmetic upgrade shows commitment to the utility of the Vigilance Tower becomes a temple or hold to rival any in Southern Thedas. Players' Inquisition's connection to say careful magical study. Skyhold's Mage Tower will be the envy of any circle. I mean, we don't have mages anymore, dog. That's... They're gone, alright? We protected them in Kirkwall, but then they fucked up.
happened in Adamant is a shame. I'm still reeling over the army of demons. Imagine what would have happened if the Inquisitor hadn't arrived.
Make some schematics, why not? My town of Valgarmond has been besieged by Darkspawn. I cannot fathom where the loathsome beasts have come from, but I beg the Inquisition for assistance. My own humble force has already been dispatched to help in your noble efforts. Leave my people ill-equipped against a savage host. Word of your redemption of the Great Wardens is already spread far. Please, if you can spare them, Valgarmond lives or dies by your word. To see a town threatened by Darkspawn, I suggest we investigate before committing forces. Marquise and other allies, she can call upon them, save the Wardens for true emergency. Great Wardens are the best in the world against Darkspawn. It's your chance to shine. We know that they're being controlled by Corypheus. There isn't much to investigate, dog.
To work?
Grey Wardens fought bravely and with great skill. The town of Argamon was saved, and the Wardens themselves took few casualties. They await further commands. Find the source of the attacks. They've been slain, but it remains unclear what brought these creatures to surface. No obvious sign, and I am concerned that they may still pose a danger. Marquis Buffon made clear her wishes that we now depart, which leaves me even more suspicious, as would welcome further help from dangerous times. The Grey Wardens have volunteered to assist with their investigation of mystery in whatever capacity the Inquisition deems most fitting. The Blight is many things, but not subtle. My scouts can easily track the corruption to its source. Let the Wardens spread out, scour the area. They'll find out where these Darkspawn are coming from soon enough. They can sense them, like, fuck scouts. They got literal brain connection with these things. Some people have been mining the area and feed the Darkspawn that way. Let me examine the finances and noble nearby. I'll track them. Grey Wardens scoured the area as requested. Unfortunately, this left them unprepared when mercenaries working for Marquis Buffon attacked by surprise. It appears that Marquis Buffon has been mining the area in violation of local treaties. When it's accidentally freed Darkspawn from beneath the earth, Marquis Buffon fled into the Warden Peaks. Grey Wardens have taken losses, but their morale remains high, as their loyalty Inquisition is undisputed. Maybe no one would got hurt if I did the political investigation. Our initial efforts to pursue her have been hampered by both the terrain and presence of demons in the area. While we have had difficulty making headway, the Grey Wardens have offered to assist. They seem to be the only force in the area capable of doing so. Regardless, I believe it is worth pursuing Marquis Buffon if we have the means to do so. Marquis Buffon may have enemies among the nobles in the area. Some of them may have information on safe passes through the mountains. Our concern is the Marquis, not the demons. My people can find a way to her. The Great Wardens will do better against demons than normal Inquisition soldiers. Let them fight through the mountains. Let's find a safe passage.
Let's see what we have.
Liliana scouts were able to find a path to the Grey Wardens through the mountains. The Wardens were able to avoid most of the demons and saved most of their strength. As a result, we located Marquis Buffon. Secret stronghold deep in Gomorton Peaks. 3 Wardens continue to fight bravely, but they have suffered many losses. I recommend deploying them with care unless we lose them entirely. And the Wardens don't need to be doing this, like, we're not fighting Darkspawn right now. We have Marquise Buffon trapped in her fortress in Garmon Peak and are preparing to make a final assault. While we might earlier have ignored the transactions in light of the greater threat of the world, it is good that we did not. Marquise Buffon's crimes will go well beyond smuggling or illegal mining, and she has an ally in Lady Jeanette Legasp, who has come to Venatori Mages to defend the Marquis. The Wardens have concerns about the Venatori using blood magic or their ties to Corypheus, the Inquisition in their minds, but they are prepared to follow your orders. We cannot delay for long as demons and mountains continue to harass our flanks. But scouts can find alternate enters. The Venatori may not have time to affect the Wardens. The Wardens can hold off the demons for 3 days, my friends. Baroness siege equipment there. The Wardens will suffer a lot of losses in 3 days. We have no choice but to send the Wardens in. They must be prepared to fight whatever the Venatori attempt. And going with a plan, at least.
Inquisitor.
Marquise Buffon has been killed along with Lady Legasp and her Venatori allies. Thanks to Sister Leona's scouts, we were able to gain covert entry into the fortress. Although the Venatori still managed to use their magic against Great Wardens to significant effect. I regret to inform you that after recent actions, the Great Wardens have suffered too many losses to be of any further assistance. The last warriors died fighting for the Inquisition in good faith. I have sent their personal effects to Weisau. Song of the Marshes. It has come to violence. Lord de Rosier has directly challenged the holdings of our ally Lady Tribalt. He claims that her ties to the Inquisition are to blame for his loss of honor, which is technically true. His militia is poised to threaten several trade outposts, though he will to attack may not be absolute. Lady Reclus offers a barrage of names to clarify. Despite being ostracized, Lord de Rosary retains many allies. While you can certainly hold them at bay, perhaps we should revisit another course. Uniting his house and that of your ally Tribal might both appease and profit all involved. The daughter of Celeste Tribal is still betrothed to Leonard, but this is a war of sorts, and such times is not personal sacrifice preferable to bloodshed. It is, in fact, the only wise outcome, and I have already begun preparations. Are we understood? In expectation, Lady Eustace Rickley. Did we commit lives to this mess? If we withdrew, our original goal is achieved. They are fractured. None of this group is a threat. I expect that while it would not please all involved, asking for marriage, this would quickly be agreed by all parties. It is a language they all understand, Inquisitor. They have no teeth for fighting. We have the manpower to throw out their rosary. We choose each course, we can see it through. And yeah, fuck everyone involved, right? Liliana knows what's up. Our observers report that without further intervention, several of the religion noble houses did indeed fall to combat. No one agrees to initiate, as is often the way. The Leonards lost several small keeps, including that of son Lucian, who is presumed dead. Lord Rickaroo has attempted to follow through on a pairing between the Rosaries and Tribals without our influence, with success yet to be determined. Celeste Tribal has to leave the capital when news broke the Lanterns' defeat. She left a single mountain reportedly overdue. Preparations continue in the capital. Produce dictates as all we had known to do. So it sounds like a war broke out because they didn't support anyone, but I mean, the other option I would have picked is send my soldiers in, which would make me a political power, and that's not what the Inquisition's supposed to be. We are peacekeepers, not fucking power grabbers. I think that was not Inquisition business, even if we did set up the initial thing. I heard people remove the downward pointing triangular symbols from our outposts. They have not made reappearance, which means little. It's clear someone has an interesting position, someone organized with ties to those across the sea. We've eliminated the Canary as most obvious suspects. Nonetheless, knowing they're not does not tell us who they are and what they're doing or why. They're clever, we know that. They have resources, but so do we. And they should learn that they are not to toy with Inquisition. Our investigations have hope of succeeding. We'll have to strike hard and fast before they even know we're looking. A coordinated effort hitting all leads we have at once. It is pointless. I won't commit our forces to hunting a scrawny cabal obsessed with old chalk drawings. Investigate. Triangles mean scary things, right? Compliments from our spy master. She is a resourceful woman, which traces her agent to Camembert. The match was ruled in her favor. Tells Ciceriliana to call off the dogs. Save them for Corypheus. We suspect also that she has gotten all she can from Sir Helmut. Caterpillar on a leaf does not know, and there's a forest to buck them. You will hear no more from us. Our intention was to watch, and we have seen enough. Corypheus threatens us all, and the Inquisition has stated the only hope for stopping him. Remember that, for the moment, we are not your enemy. As a gesture of goodwill, we share our knowledge. May it prove valuable in our coming battle. Half of the powers across the sea, the executioner. Okay. Well, that's enough of that for today. Did things, and things happened, and then we did more things. That's what I like to hear. Masterwork bullshit. Alright, well, folks, that's all we have for today. I'd say there isn't much left, but there is. There's at least 2 big story missions in addition to one area, and we have expansions to do. And it's gonna be a chore. We've got time ahead of us still. But, you know, whatever. Let's hope everything stays that quick and weak, as I'm over it. Anyways, I will see you when I see you. Bye.